Guten Abend, y'all. What's up? I'm Chill Pill, and this is Phoenix Wright, and we're going to possibly finish it tonight. Hey, look at me, I rapped. I did a rap. Yep. A rap. Not a rhyme. A full-blown rap. Check it out, Space. That's right. This boy does indeed play Glover. The back should say something like, but he doesn't enjoy it, but in some ways he does. Heyo. Yeah, we gotta find time for Glove is Love marathon. We gotta find time for a lot of stuff. Turns out having a kid kinda takes away a lot of time to just do things. I feel like Ratter and I kinda just have to like go one piece at a time for just like mundane things, like I'm planning to go to the grocery store. I'm planning to go to the eye doctor, and that's gonna be my one thing this week. I'm planning on getting my car inspected. That'll be my one thing this week. Like, it's just planning stuff is now significantly slower than it ever used to be. I feel like if it wasn't for the fact that, like, babysitting and then, babysitting, watching Cal. I don't know if it's technically babysitting if it's your kid. Then it's just watching your kid. Glover on the Power Glover? On the Power Glove? I wonder if you could actually do that. I bet you could mod it that way. I mean, if you can play Dark Souls with, like, some wires and bananas, you could definitely play Glover with an actual glove. Yep, like I said before, having a kid is like that part of any RPG where you get that message that says, make sure you finish all the side content before going through this gate. There's no going back from here. Yep, for real, though. And then it's just like, well, we're locked into the story. We'll get New Game Plus in several years, but for right now, it is the way it is. I really want to finish setting up the PC, but I really need like 3 or 4 hours to myself to just like set up all the things. Yeah, and then you go through the gate and it's like 18 plus year time skip. How'd we get here? I don't even want to think about where we're going to be in 18 years. That scares me. I don't want to think about where we're going to be in 18 months. I am absolutely terrified of the future right now. None of it about having a kid or whatever, or career or anything. All of it just like what's going to happen. Let's be honest, the world won't be here 18 years from now. Sad but true. God, I hope that's wrong. I really hope that there are people that put a stop to this. Have a spine, which it doesn't seem like there are. But anyways, we're not here to dwell on reality. We're here to do funny lawyer things. So let's do funny lawyer things, shall we? You do 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 do. What do I do? This one. All right. Here we go. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I have no idea. Oh, it's, What? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. How do they get into the mess? It's a question of our lives. Yeah. A lot of it isn't our doing. It was just being born. I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. Oh shit, it's Uncle Pill. Oh, it's Uncle Phil, and he's pissed. Look out, Fresh Prince! To prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Oh, it's that phone again. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Oh, did you see Dr. Phil was rounding up immigrants with the local law enforcement? Dr. Phil? He's not been relevant for since the 2000s. What the hell is he even doing now? It's one of those, oh shit, it's this timeline moments. God damn. Beep. Where'd you get that brandy? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Ugh. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy sign black and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. Maya. Phoenix. Oh. Mia! Maya. How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. The worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Hold on, let me get that. It's that accursed on guard again. Beep. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You really mean, pal. Gumshoe. I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on that guy. But we're not gonna give up yet. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you can do whatever you can. So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? Ratter was right. This really is a case of, oh, the trial's gonna end. JK, we're gonna prolong it. Oh, it's gonna end. JK, here's some more filler. If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you too can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Beep. Told ya. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit! A rat!
A rat. I just went on 4 American airline flights, and now I see in the news that the American Airlines flight crashed into a Black Hawk helicopter as it was coming in for a landing. Oh, have you not seen the footage of that? It's really frightening stuff. And I think there were only 4 survivors out of something like 65 passengers total between the 2 vehicles. It's fucking nuts. Hold on, I gotta let the impatient boy in. I'm legit terrified of flying. Normally, it's not bad. I understand your hesitations and your, not wanting to fly. And honestly, a person can go their entire life without flying, It's just kind of one of those things that's hard to avoid at certain points. But it's also, like, you just need to look at the statistics of, like, plane crashes versus number of safe flights. Like, it's a very, very small percentage. And just like with other terrible events that happen in our country, we tend to focus on the negative super duper hard, but don't stop to think about this is a very out of nowhere happenstance. I think I hit the fact that it's totally out of my control. Yeah, I get that. That's where a lot of my stress comes from too, is I don't like to say that I'm controlling. I just like to feel like I have a semblance of control. Like there is something that I have control in. I let others do their job, but like when it is 100% something that involves you, but you can't do anything about it and you just have to trust in others to get it done, it makes me nervous too. Like with the car, I can always say, well, if this happens, I can do this, but in a passenger jet, you just have to hope you're not a statistic. Exactly. So I try to find something whenever I'm anxious about things like that, find something that I know that I'm in control of. But things like an airplane can be really, really hard to justify those kinds of things. Anyways. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. I think that also explains why I have a fear of thunderstorms. Like, you just can't do anything to make yourself safer. You just have to hope you're not that one in a million. Yeah, but I mean, even in that instance, you can be like, well, I can get to lower ground if I'm outside. I can avoid metal. I can get indoors if possible. Like, there are things that you can say about something like that. But when it's completely out of your control, like being a passenger in something like a bus or a plane or something, you're just there for the ride. Yeah, that's what I do. As soon as I see lightning in the sky, I'm going back inside. It's good plan of action, honestly. Safest way to handle it. Yeah! I'm terrified of tornadoes. Yep, Ratter hates high winds and tornadoes, which is bad for us because we live in Tornado Alley. We basically, the month before Cal was born, had a tornado without the tornado come through our neighborhood. It was so bad that we could literally feel our bedroom shaking. They were something like 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. It was crazy, but there were it was just really, really strong winds. There was no funnel cloud or anything. It was not fun, and the destruction in our neighborhood was pretty bad. But worst of all, our anniversary tree broke, and now we are no longer in love because that tree tied us together. I live on the upper floor of an apartment complex where a tornado hits, and I'm getting the worst of it. How many tornadoes does Arkansas usually get? I know that, like, tornadoes can happen anywhere in the U.S., but I only ever hear about it happening down middle America. Although I guess you guys are close enough to Texas to where it's kind of collateral. Get a few more than we used to, honestly. All right. Getting caught up with disasterisms. I gotta get back. Our anniversary bush is going strong now. Anniversary bush. We planted a second anniversary tree in our backyard, so that one will have more stability and cover if wind were to come through again. But yeah, the anniversary tree out front that got that broke in half actually is coming back really, really strong. And this spring I need to cut off some of the sticklings and leave the best looking ones to continue to grow into the tree. Arkansas is like smack dab in the middle of the country. Looks like we're coming to an end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. Hey, J-Mark is playing Chrono Cross. I highly recommend. That's one of my favorite RPGs. Half, more like an eighth. Yeah. March 23rd, 10 a.m. District Courtroom number 3. Peace and carrots, peace and carrots, peace and carrots. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. You should play the Edgeworth game. I was thinking about it. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe after, as like a palate cleanser, we could do something like that in between Other M and starting Castlevania. That would be a lot of fun, though. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. Your Edgeworth voice is the best thing about these streams. Oh, but the spoilers for me! Well, you'll honestly have a lot of time to play it on your own, although you won't, because adulting and baby watching. Well, spoilers incoming! I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. You don't have to watch, Ratter. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt on guard. Peace and carrots, peace and carrots. What a surprising turn of events! Ass, N. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him, in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please. You don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Unguard's room.
Okay. Sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
That was me. I was the guest.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Unguard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we?
Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right?
Okay. After the awards ceremony...
The defendant's room? Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright.
What is it?
You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time? Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry.
So you went to the defendant's room, and then?
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Are you sure that was Matt Unguard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. It sounds like an
ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So, How long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think. Just staring at them for a minute. How long does that transaction need to take? Here's your drink. Thank you. Here's a tip for you. Thank you, sir. Have a good night. So, who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it'd be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you, so I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
Okay. What do I have to work with? Okay. Goo goo gaga. It's clearly not going to be this first one that I push on. Let's see. Matt was standing there. He's talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. Is there anything in this? What do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy, and why was that? Why did I think that? Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago, you stated I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about this tip-giving incident itself? Oh, this is new dialogue. Oh.
Ah, yeah! That's it! You really know your job! Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right?
Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. Wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. I want to know more about what was weird about the tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor.
The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. There's nothing I can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd?
Money, dollar bills? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley de Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley de Killer.
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley de Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away. This time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom.
If I were named the killer, I think I would have my name legally changed just in case I were ever on trial for any reason. Or double down and just be the most badass assassin ever. And so good at your job that you can never be caught. I don't know. It's a really cool name, but also it's very, like, finger pointy without any cause, really.
Murder to Killer.
Kill 'em all. This time I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean...
Like they were gonna say, not guilty, but it goes like, we find the defendant, the killer, and then the mic cuts. Ha!
The video of you looks all squashed.
Maybe I'm just squashed.
You are not.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all we need to know for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. de Killer. Then we shall see. Oh, you can't see her yet. Ratter is here, messing with shit.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh.
Ha ha ha. This is no laughing matter.
Uh-oh. And what time was it?
Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time?
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
And that's when the bellboy came out. Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all.
But, you see, well, he had these stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So, which room did the bellboy come out of?
Of course, when I say room,
the victim's room, huh?
yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree, that is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide? No. There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really isn't. I would say that a kind of sounded like you said titty bears.
The little titty bears.
Bear them titties. I would say that a TOS violation. That's a TOS violation, but after the videos YouTube has been recommending me lately, I'm not so sure. You can find significantly worse on YouTube that honestly should be pulled, but somehow slips through the cracks. Ugh, excuse me. You remember that whole Elsa Gate thing? That was some fucked up shit. Dada! Ratter and I are trying to get Cal to say Mama and Dada. And so, whenever she's not around, I'm trying to do the da-da-da-da-da. And trying to get him to do it back. And right now, she's up there going, Mama, Mama, Mama. And he's getting close to saying Mama, so I have to try twice as hard to do Dada. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Mamma mia! Do I still have that? Oops, that's Pokemon.
Mamma mia!
I mean, he's babbling mama, 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 mama. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Not asking for me specifically, lol. Edgeworth. Are you gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see.
Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out empty-handed.
So, you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw the bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
We could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof, and I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Okay, found next to the victim, it was filled with tomato juice. Bears Andrew's fingerprints. Okay, so here's the wine glass. We found it clearly in the room, so that would be why he came out like that. So here you go. Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches, and...
So? A baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
That's a very wide leap. Gulp. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here.
This is the crime scene.
There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what's on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Yeah, like, it was clear that it was left in there, so him being empty-handed is not odd. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
But you can but can you prove that Mr. Corita was already dead at that time?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
Maybe he was a leather daddy. Mao got him with the old baseball trap. Not like the other bellboy. Instagram, he's not like... He's just not like all the other bellboys. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather?
Well, Mr. Wright, you're kind of grasping at straws, honestly. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant.
Wait, did you just read IG as an abbreviation? Yeah, I might have. Ratter, I need more thinking juice. I need more thinking juice so that the hurtful comments don't hurt as bad.
And then he was seen leaving this crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
Not the bottle one, unless it's the Sapporo. I tried one of the Belgian ones, and it was a sour, and it was like one of the shittiest sours I've ever tasted. I couldn't finish it. I dumped it down the sink. And the last one is a stout.
I don't think that even someone like myself can believe that was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest?
Oh yes, please tell us more.
Okay.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom, and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident.
Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Is that why you saw while? Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
He gave something to the person inside the room.
I said, hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. What was the something you saw? He gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something?
If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I?
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was.
I'll try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely, what the bellboy did next.
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going into the room.
Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Unguard's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right?
I do.
After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat.
Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at the time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What? He saw something else?
There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
Yeah, I think we can forget about the alien. Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. Bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door. So, busy spying, excuse me. Gave something to the person inside the room. Said hold it. Okay. It's better. What kind of statement is that? Give us more details. Okay. Okay, ask about the person inside. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Only an arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was... No.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
Time to save, scum! Wooden statue, wooden statue, wooden statue. Bless you, stuffed bear. Figurine, a wooden bear-shaped figurine. Here goes nothing. What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up!
It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright,
If you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt Ungod's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does it mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley DeKiller assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Matt Unguard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Matt Unguard is DeKiller's client.
Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
Wooden bear.
The old lady in the alien costume was just there watching all this unfold. No, I think it was after the fact. And she was just outside of Unguard's room sniffing.
I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor! A minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
I want to know about the bear itself.
I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Unguard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh.
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Phew. Disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Very questionable.
Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Unguard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was DeKiller. DeKiller and Ungard were working together, so to speak, and DeKiller was hiding at Ungard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by DeKiller himself.
When it looked like he was about to be arrested, On Guard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. The butler did it all along! Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
I have to try to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to...
I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony.
What? There's still another one?
There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point.
Was the butler in the hotel room with the bear figurine? What are you trying to pull?
Can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point?
Okay, we'll do the person who received the bear.
There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah!
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it.
You've got to be kidding.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count.
It was the Nickel Samurai all along!
Just because.
So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matt On Guard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks to the defendant. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer.
Except we already established that Ms. Manager wore the spare costume at some point. It's true.
I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt On Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? Raise an objection, otherwise the game ends? There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes. Tisk, tisk. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer?
It's this bitch.
Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could very well have been Ms. Andrews. Here's Sean. Hello.
Welcome.
I tricked you. I'm not talking about fat shits today. I'm talking about fat people. Not really, I just wanted to say that. It was the women all along.
But what about Mr. Ungard?
If you could please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap. Set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. But we literally had the lady tell us yesterday that she was wearing the costume that she kept in the guitar case. Whammon, what are those? Is that what people are calling aliens these days? No, those are old whammon. That are obsessed with young men. You know what a girl is on the internet, in internet terms, right? A girl is a guy in real life. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is it with this trial? Can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. There are no whammons on the internet.
Order! Order! All disrupted parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Ungard's right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Ms. Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Ms. Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor. March 22nd, 11:54 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Whew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to keep this far, come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The Berry Big Circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like it was an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. Aye, Haida. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Beep. Mia! Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. What kind of crack are they all on? March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to the client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Alright, I gotta go potty. Give me just 1 second. I will be right back. After these messages, we'll be right back. The good kind of crack.
Quote, I always pee sitting down. Why would I pee sitting up? That would be dumb. How very poignant of a quote for me going to the bathroom. This must be some transcendent type of crack cocaine if this is actually where the story's going. Like, take that shit. You become enlightened. Chilium Pillium. I order thee to return at once. Yeah, no, guys, I think he's dead. Oh, wait. He's responding. I was dead, but I got better. Alright. Yeah, I was proud of that random quote. I don't think I could top that. That's almost as good as, like, whenever Faye comes in and she does a random quote and she gets one of her out-of-pocket quotes. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. I want to kill more of your children. You win the randomness, but Space wins the appropriateness of a random quote. I don't even remember saying that, but apparently I did back in 2018. Wow, truly. So demure. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before. That's right. It's only natural if the witness has. Miss Andrews, would you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she... Not fucked up. Justified. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So, this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. It's an elaborate puzzle. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, so you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh. This is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh! Don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? The center is a cavity. And how would you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right.
It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order... Oh, that's why it's wood. Wood? Haha, more like wood. Oh my. I'm so funny, guys. Yeah, they made it a point that the bear was made out of wood, and I thought that was weird why they would specify that, but it turns out it was a jewelry box. Whammon know about these things. Guys, I think you may have missed out on my perfectly timed joke before. Oh, I caught it. Don't you worry, Keyshawn. I caught that big fat shit. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. You really can't tell. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course, that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. There's a trinket. Trinket. Trinket.
I have offended her. And she was licking her asshole. So, now I feel dejected. Hey, no love for Chill Pill in the chat. It's a violation of TOS! Totally out of stock. Right? Damn, that sucks. Fuck you, Chill Pill! Where's a sad one? Do this one.
Disappointed!
That's a good one.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you can come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we've agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness! Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please.
You want food now or later? Did you already make mine or no?
I can give you this one that's about to be done. But I have not already made two.
No, I'll eat later.
Click. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
Toko! I'm getting the thing.
Trade my Bulbasaur. In the TCG. You being for real right now? Have you seen how, like, absolutely stupid the trading is in the trading card game? So, in order to get a certain kind of card. So, okay, new TCG feature, yeah. To get a certain kind of card, what you have to do is find someone to trade with and let them know which card that you want. And then you have to sacrifice, I think, 3 or 4 cards of the same rarity in order to trade 1 card. It makes 0 sense. Bulbasaur is the best Pokemans. That's a funny way to say Charmander. Actually, my favorite is Vulpix. Hi, little girl. Are you done licking your asshole? Then you may join me on the couch. That's a funny way to say Cubone. Nobody's saying Cubone to that one. Only 1 trade at a time, trade stamina and points, no way to tell which card wanted, just the one giving away. I thought about sending a Vulpix. Your opinions are not valid. I'm the one who's streaming. Cubone is fucked up. And how come Cubone doesn't evolve into Kangaskhan? Sounds like a fun and balanced system. Oh, it is. Like, the fans of the TCG game are up in arms about it. If your favorite Pokemon is Cubone, you are a psychopath. Ratter is a psychopath, then. I've got 4 super rare of the same hollow Gengars. I love my little psycho sad puppy. You know, that's what, what's it called? Cubone was supposed to evolve into. It was supposed to be a 3-tier evolution. It was supposed to be Cubone, Marowak, and then turn into Kangaskhan. But for some reason, I think to deter away from the rumor that it's wearing its mother's head as a mask or a helmet, and give the game an E rating, they decided to make it Cubone and Marowak, and then Kangaskhan was its own thing. Was it in the description? I don't know. All I remember is that it was supposed to be Cubone, Marowak, Kangaskhan. It's not even a rumor. It's actual entry and was proven in the anime. It's not a rumor. It literally rips the skull off its mother and wears it. God, talk about separation anxiety. Gotta watch Cal and make sure that Ratter, well, I don't want to say anything that'll put any of us in danger. Ratter sleep with one eye open. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we? Yeah, but then you would haunt me because I let it happen. She says true. If y'all had the option to go to an afterlife, it's not guaranteed that it's heaven or hell or whatever you want to believe in, or stay on this earth and be a ghost, what do you think you would want to do? I think I would... I don't know. An afterlife sounds appealing, but being a ghost would be fun, but I feel like would be tiresome after a while. I don't know. Every Cubone is born mourning the death of its mother, and its mourning process is to wear its dead mother's skull. But how come the thing in Kangaskhan's pouch doesn't look a thing like Cubone? Like, I feel like they should have made it look more like a Cubone, or at least like a pre-evolution of Cubone, you know? Like, that thing in its pouch, Cubone Marowak Kangaskhan. It's a suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impacts. I'm an atheist, so I have the peace of mind knowing that neither of those horrifying life-after-death stories are actually real. I would like to think that there's a way that the soul goes on, or that, like, we even have a soul to begin with. But I don't know. I go in between, there's gotta be something after, and there isn't anything after, purely because I feel like the afterlife is just an invention of man, because man has a hard time believing that at death, like, that's it. No, Cubone isn't Kangaskhan's offspring. The Cubone life cycle is just constant death. Punishment after death serves no purpose. And it's just kind of like, there's got to be a morning after. It's just like, mankind finds it so hard to believe that there is nothing after death. Just like, I feel like that's why so many people say that aliens don't exist or whatever, is because mankind feels like it's so perfect. It's like, it's supposed to be like the perfect species or whatever, the highest form of life, that the idea that there's other high forms of life out there, people can't even comprehend. And so there's so many people that are just like, aliens don't exist. But it's like, we've proven that there are so many planets and, like, galaxies and stuff out there that it's impossible that we're the only planet that can sustain life like this. Yeah, humans are just very egocentric in general. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. Come here. You never gave a damn about not being born yet, so you'll never give a damn about being dead. That's simple. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. If humanity can't accept a higher form of life solely due to finding out that they aren't the gods they think they are, then we're truly a weird species. And some people think that that's exactly the reason why we haven't been visited or knowingly visited by aliens, is because we are so, like, egocentric, and that we can't fathom anything more perfect than ourselves. Space don't give a damn about his reputation. Humanity is so fascinating. Hold on, the little girl wants to go outside. You want to say what you're saying to me, to the audience? What is it, little girl? Alright, I gotta go let the little girl out. You're not going out. You're gonna be out there for 5 minutes and then want to be back in. We're like, humans have a soul that lives on in paradise after death, but fuck that lion and that penguin and that beetle. We'll take our dog with us, though. They can cross over the rainbow bridge. The fact that so many people can't accept something as natural as the cycle of life and death makes us exceptionally weird. Sing it! We're so weak and feeble and want to believe ourselves the gods of this world, yet some of us, for some reason, write stories and think up fantasies that were basically nothing. Imagine we're in the Star Trek version of Femi's Paradise? Fermi's Paradise. I just made this up. Where aliens/ETs don't make contact due to Federation's Prime Directive. Humanity is like a living contradiction. I like the crowd mumble after Keyshawn's statement. If there were aliens among us, it's likely we wouldn't even been able to perceive them. That's kind of what I think. I think Men in Black is closer to the truth than a lot of us really want to admit. They live amongst us, but they have very, very, very good techniques to remain unseen.
Order!
Fermi's Paradox contract, since Earth is still a pre-warp civilization. Do you think we'll ever get to that point? I know that Elon isn't going to get us there, but I wonder if we'll ever get to actually good space travel that isn't just a rudimentary rocket that can go to the moon and back. We'll never leave our solar system. We're so safe here, and why would we ever want to leave? I don't care if aliens live amongst us, just as long as we can live the same way as we always have. Elon's heart will go out to Mars. They can send Elon to Mars, and he can just live out there as a king. Give him a one-way ticket to Mars, since he loves it so much.
Witness! Did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard it all from one.
See, the funny thing is, Germany doesn't want Elon. Oh, Ratter says that apparently Elon wrote an article about how people that have come up in the far right in Germany need to be embraced again. Oh, history truly does repeat itself. And it's funny how it seems to be repeating itself, like, to the century. When did the Great Depression happen? It was in the 1920s. So we're in the 2020s now. 29? Okay, so we get the, oh god. He will literally be in office this time. In 2029, we'll experience the Great Depression, and then we'll go into World War III. I thought it was hilarious watching Ben Shapiro defend Elon Musk. Everybody keeps defending it, and everyone keeps getting shut down by saying, if it's an okay thing to do, then do it at the next press meeting. Do it at the next whatever. Do it on camera. Oh, Keyshawn, you know what it is. You know what it is. I don't keep up with news much. That's not even news, that's just history. What are you laughing at? Uh-huh. Apparently Cal is doing funny things while, what's it called? Doing funny things with watermelon. Let's stop making fun of African American with Asperger. It's fine, just send him back there, it's fine. I shit you not, a priest did that shit on TV and immediately lost his position with the church. Exactly, because it doesn't mean my heart goes out to the people. That's not what it means. That's what it's been reconstrued as, or whatever. Anyways, funny video game. Let's get back to that.
When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace, so now that the I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop.
Wait, the stream is down? It looks up to me. Looks like it's still going. Kingbacks me thinks. And here I thought we were ruizing. Until yesterday.
Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of this note aloud. Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard. About being engaged to Karita and Ungard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all.
And that's all Miss Impax had to say.
Funny thing happened. This troll in Germany projected Heil on the side of a Tesla plan, so the sign reads Heil Tesla. I thought his didn't his sales numbers drop over there? God, I hope so. Let it just end. People are wild. And he just left it there so everybody who drove by saw it.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard. Then, what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word. Matt Ungard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
Found inside the figurine, it tells of Ungard's horrible misdeeds. You know what else is funny? If you Google and look at the images, the whole first page is just Elon. Wow. I mean, okay, so that's pretty nuts, but also I feel like Google has its algorithm specifically will go for like the most pertinent new information, and the fact that his gesture is so recent and people have been putting that title and or name to it and everything, I feel like it's just feeding the Google algorithm to where it's like, oh well, this obviously is the most pertinent thing that people would search up, so we're going to put it at the top. Same on DuckDuckGo. Yeah, maybe it's just an algorithm thing, honestly. Pretty crazy, but also I think that that might be because of algorithms. This time he went as far to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend those creeps too. Yeah, obviously that's what it is.
There is no room for doubt here.
Not seeing anything but articles on it.
Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note.
Not images of Elon full on doing it.
And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant.
I'm starting to think that the gesture was, while very, very, very in poor taste, and should not be forgiven or discredited or explained away. One thing I will say is I think it's doing exactly what Elon wanted. I think that this is a dog whistle that is meant to detract our attention from the shit that's actually going on. And unfortunately, it is working that way. And unfortunately, there are people who are saying that this thing is okay and making it very clear what people's intentions are now, or at least not pretending to hide it anymore. But yeah, I think this is very much a dog whistle thing. She'll be saging. So while we shouldn't be okay with what's going on, you need to understand that there are other things that are more important that are not getting a bunch of articles written about them or TikToks made about them, because this one thing is detracting from those things that are actually more important and should be more outrageous. But this is just something that people understand on a very visceral level to not be okay. So be upset about it, but also know that there's other stuff that you should be paying attention to. I would agree with you, but in context, I really do think this administration wants to hold favor with the extreme right. Oh no, that's totally what this is. Project 2025 is basically Mein Kampf 2.0. But I feel like he did this specifically 2 reasons. Elon is a troll that is stuck in the year 2009 as far as memes and whatever culture, internet culture goes. And, like I said, it's a dog whistle. It's very much detracting from what's actually important here. Anyway, how about those savings of $50 million from not sending condoms to Palestine? What the fuck? And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we've come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on and buy some more time. Okay. There are 2 deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those.
The gavel is already in his judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry!
The suicide note or the figurine? Which one should I pursue? Well, I mean, the figurine was just... Okay. So the figurine is what the guy was trying to get. But the figurine was just like a vessel for the thing that is actually important, which was a suicide note. That was the whole reason why On Guard... Yeah, suicide note. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer.
He's still going at it.
It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get the killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt On Guard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that's correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt On Guard could not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order! Order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently.
Twitter is all right-wing stuff and pornography at this point. Blue Sky is where you should go if you actually want a taste of what social media used to be. Blue Sky is very nice. It'll probably have its water poisoned at some point, but for right now, oh god, it's the Twitter that I remember back from 2009 something. So is Facebook, so is YouTube, so is everywhere.
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
Because politics has just become entertainment. I mean, it always kind of has been, but ever since 2016, it's really become entertainment-centric. And I think that's why Fox News just loves Trump so much, is because he makes good, entertaining news, and they can spin it however they want. I don't know.
What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying?
What the... I thought that spy camera was in my possession.
Matt on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went as far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt on guard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungod learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shush! Stop, don't look at him.
The way he's sweating is just so... ew. Nasty.
Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next?
What I'm gonna do next? Does running away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutors get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
All right. I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about?
Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? We'll present something. I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So you're telling me that I forgot something?
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Oh, this piece of evidence. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right?
Who knows?
I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
Oh.
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Unguard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again.
Was I watching the streams when we started this series? I think I was. Beans, rice, oats, flour. Oh, Damn, I missed a lot. Biden is just old man. People like to meme, yet sometimes feel bad for memeing on. Speaking of food, that reminds me I need to order a year's supply of dried beans. Something tells me I'm going to need it. Beans, rice, oats, flour. Was I watching streams when we started this series?
I think you were. I don't remember which streams you joined us on. I really feel like a lot of y'all joined up on Ratter's streams first, and then just kind of came over to see what I was doing. You joined us back in the Skyrim days. That's what I thought. Skyrim got a lot of y'all, and most of you have stayed. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. I'd believe Space. He's got a good memory. I came from Raincode. Did you really? No way. But I mean, Skyrim literally spanned like an entire year or something like that. Honestly, I kind of forgot that Ratter did Raincode at all. Didn't even know that game existed and hated it, but stayed for the content. I remember you on Raincode. Ratter did Skyrim, Raincode, and then Persona 5. Was it Raincode? Yeah, like I said, it all kind of just blends together. Like, the two games that I remember Ratter playing the longest, and now 3 games, honestly, was Breath of the Wild, followed by Skyrim, and now Persona 5 is becoming one of her longest series. In fact, I wonder, is Persona 5 longer than Breath of the Wild? I don't know how many episodes there were. Yeah, no, it was Raincode. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Ms. Andrews, you wrote the note, didn't you?
You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard.
No way that Persona 5 is longer than Skyrim. No way.
I did no such thing. Right! If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Wasn't Skyrim 100 plus episodes? I don't think it got to 100, but it was really up there. Hold up. I can just look really quick at our playlist. Yada do 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 do.
All the world will never bother me, I just wanna have fun. Living in the sunlight, running in the sunlight, having a wonderful time.
Rain Code was 15 episodes. God damn, where is it? We got a lot of stuff that we've played over the years. No way. What the hell is it? I must have missed it already. Front. Maybe I'll just do Sky. Skyrim has 68 episodes. Oh. Sorry. I did not have chat pulled up. 45 Breath of the Wild. She's about to surpass Breath of the Wild, but is not as far as Skyrim. Oh, she did surpass Breath of the Wild. It's a really long game. What is the longest series Chill has ever done? I don't know. I've got a lot of mega playlists, but I don't know what the longest game I've played is. And the ones that we did together doesn't really count. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defendant stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt.
Ungard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that.
I think we've reached the end of the line.
BG3 will be longer than Skyrim if y'all do all the side quests. That is up to Radder, because I'm pretty sure that'll be her next game. We're going to have the PC up and running and doing all the stuff, and the first game that Radder wants to sink her teeth into after a palate cleanser is Baldur's Gate 3. Really, really want to play Baldur's Gate 3. It's a good fucking game, man.
Guilty, guilty!
Uh-oh. You really, really should.
What's that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is with him? What's with the sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to... I really do. Anyway, what's going on?
We found this hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time.
But
don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, 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 guilty.
do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't... For us to come this far and...
Oh! What is it?
Let me talk to Miss Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. Beep.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but
I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Fiend?
Fiend is right.
Friend?
No, we must extend this one single day! Did anyone find out, what game I've played the longest?
Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request yet another 30 minutes of your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
Do yourself a favor and don't look up or learn anything about Baldur's Gate 3 before you play. You'll want to experience the whole thing blind, and it's quite doable without cheat sheets.
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I didn't check. I was hoping Space would know.
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
All I know is stuff Drawfee folks have talked about.
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
It's basically about how hot the various companions are.
March 23rd, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Right!
Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time.
Report!
Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
Not to hear a peep out of me unless you are almost about to leave an area and lock yourself out of content. You should just let her know that when she gets to like a point of no return. Because I know there are opportunities where it's like just so you know, when you make this decision, things are gonna be whatever.
A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence?
There's a unique item called the Poo Scraper. There are tons of side quests, tons of paths, tons of characters, is very intricate, and has a demon woman or something. Yeah, pretty much. Ho ho! I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really?
That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys were looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. You definitely want to go out completely blind and experience everything yourself. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Wow, that boy is upset. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. Beep, beep, beep.
What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking?
We've got to hurry and call for help!
But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now?
Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? That's right, there is a way! What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this.
Well, I would have had no idea to do this, but sure.
Why are you bringing up Francesca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have.
Francesca. Does she even want to help us?
Edgeworth.
Oh, that's right. Ryder said she's got the GPS tracker on him. That makes sense.
What is it?
I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here?
Yes, bailiff?
There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it's extremely urgent.
They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
Because the only way people hyping this game up is like I'm actually about to meet God himself through Baldur's Gate 3. It is a fantastic game. The fans definitely... Fans will hype up anything that they think is a really, really good game. But Baldur's Gate 3... Hi! Baldur's Gate 3 is a really good game. Hi, little boy. You want to come over and say hello? Oh. Gonna take a... Oh. Well, I mean, he's got a diaper on. That's true. Cal detected. Cal detected. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. You can do it. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. 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 Da da da. You'll say it. Don't worry. You'll say it. Space, explain to Cal the greatness of Baldur's Gate 3. It's pretty good, says Space. Explain the greatness. That's pretty good. That's all you need to know. Enjoy your bath. One day you'll play Baldur's Gate 3. Actually, by the time... Yeah, I was going to say, he'll play like Baldur's Gate 5 or 6. Come on! More! March 23rd, 2:35 p.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor! I can understand this defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Ms. Impact's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Ms. Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Ms. Impax, then who wrote it?
We need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carrera. Mr. Carrera?
Well, well. It looks like Ms. Impact never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard.
However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was a fake. Something seems a little wrong with it.
The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. Because he's got cameras everywhere.
What is this little item called again?
Chill, make sure to say slur slide and not suicide. She unalived herself. I fucking hate the term unalived. Like, I understand why it's a thing, but I think it's the cringiest way and the most babified way of saying killed, murdered, suicide. I hate it. Unalive is the most 1984 shit. Yep.
Oh, that's right. A camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
We gotta talk about suicide. I'm gonna say suicide or murder. Exactly. Fuck the kids. They're gonna hear about it. And they should, because it's a part of life. It's not a fun part of life, but it is an inevitability. People are going to do stuff like that. And could you imagine just like a kid not knowing that the real term for unaliving yourself is suicide and getting to be like a teenager and just like unironically using that term in everyday speak? Like, I don't know. It's weird and stupid. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, I refuse to say shit like that. It feels like it diminishes the seriousness. That's another thing, is it takes away from the seriousness of it. However, I feel like the only place that I actually hear things like that are in live streams and YouTube stuff. So it's specifically so that the algorithm doesn't fuck your videos to death. So, yeah. It doesn't unalive your viewer count. Imagine being a kid growing up with the consciousness of being advertiser friendly at all times. Imagine being a kid and growing up and referring to everybody in the classroom or in the audience as chat. That's a thing that's becoming normal. My sister has seen kids refer to the group as chat. What the fuck? The internet was a mistake. Then this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Saying chat is actually a common term for kids nowadays.
So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made a forgery at an unknown place? God, why is it 2025? Take me back. I was just the other day 26 years old watching Game Grumps. Right? I still remember when Ratter and I were first dating and watching Kirby's Epic Yarn. The Game Grumps play Kirby's Epic Yarn while we were making dinner in her old apartment. Like, that feels like a fucking lifetime ago. That's where English was going these days.
Order! Order!
Is it a bad dream, y'all? Taking me back to... Do what? No, we started watching it at your place. We watched... Yeah, I remember bringing the iPad to your apartment kitchen. Yeah. We started playing Kirby's Epic Yarn at your place, and I was like, hey, here's some guys playing the same thing we are.
Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured. Huh?
As you figured?
As I figured.
It came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove...
Baby butt.
I'm very confused right now. Redder just came in and showed me Cal's butt.
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
What the fuck? What is my phone doing? There.
Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? It's a dog! This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the Killer to commit murder?
That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It's... Yes, go on. Who is it?
The man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. What? Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin.
I'm buffering a bit and all I heard was, it's a and then it cut you off. It's a
Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Yeah, it's been hard buffering tonight. As long as it's still going. Like, this is literally the last bit. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us?
Now then, witness. Your name and, your occupation, please.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say! What is going on here?
Your Honor,
How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what the urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Is this game seriously?
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya!
A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is that correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelley the Killer. What's he going to say? We will find out in just a second, so I can take my last break. Give me just a second. Alright. Let's finish this shit up.
There's something I must state first. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself.
And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client.
Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He's no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your client's...
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. The trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that's why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It's never happened before, but if it ever did,
Yes.
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason.
This is a year to be alive. Don't worry, we got many more coming up. This is just the first month of it. What an era to be alive. Our entire generation has been interesting times. Millennials have seen 2, 3 recessions, housing market collapse, a former reality TV star become president in 2 non-sequential presidencies, a pandemic. That pandemics only happen once in a century. I'm tired of living in interesting times. That seems to be a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
Their role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Truly, what a fascinating time in history. It feels like the past few generations are just trials to break down humanity to its most raw and basic forms. Yep, and millennials and Gen Z are just the ones that get the brunt of it. Growing up in the 90s, we were so optimistic for the future. I feel like more than any generation before us or since. Yeah, I remember in the 90s, just the excitement of oh my god, check out chat rooms on AOL, and my friend's dad got a hold of a PS2 and we can watch DVDs on it, and Smash Bros. On the N64 is the greatest game ever made, and then Melee was coming soon thereafter, and I don't know. The 90s and early 2000s was a time. And then after the 2010s, it just started to be like, oh no. Satellite TV, man. I remember that too. I remember watching satellite TV with Toko at a friend's house late at night. That was deep-seated memory. I can't even be like, oh yeah, this is just people having nostalgia. Space is just right. And also, the internet was a lot more fun. And now it's just all AI bullshit that, it's just, the internet is just a way that I connect so I can watch TV shows and play games at this point.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I can't do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
That egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. I hate the modern world, and yet I'm so endlessly fascinated by it. I feel like it's kind of like driving past a car wreck. You know it's terrible, but you really want to look. I'm not his therapist, you know. The trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner.
Banjo! You're not barking at anything. Shut up. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Banjo. Lay down. Lay down. He's just slunking away.
In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. These are the roles and duties an assassin and his client are to carry out.
I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules?
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really.
In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent. That is the reason why I'm here today on this witness stand.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of the prescribed role. The rule? This person tried to implicate another the crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
Wait, I already did this one, though.
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's name is...
That is a huge walkie-talkie.
Adrian Andrews.
What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier!
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be! On the phone earlier! What's going on here?
My guess is Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with his court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name. Matt Ungard, perhaps?
I knew it! This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie!
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You Shelley the Killer!
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ungard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah.
Hi, little boy. Did you want to say hello to people?
You want to say hello?
Come on by. There's a little boy that wants to say hello, and he's wearing very Saved by the Bell pajamas. Hello, little boy. It's Cal.
Look at this smile.
Do you see yourself? Somebody just got a bath. Mini chill. What do you have to say to people, Cal? He says breathing. Da 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 da. He was born with a mic in hand.
And in mouth. He's chomping on it now. Baby chomps.
You guys get to hear baby chomps. Microphone baby.
Damn. That not hurt, little man? Okay, maybe we don't.
Beep 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 beep.
He's looking at it go away like, what? What?
This is a microphone. He's too enthusiastic about eating the mic. He eats literally everything. If it's in his hand's reach and he can pull it to his face, he will eat it.
Yep. Everything goes in his mouth.
Hey. Little boy.
Hi, sweet man.
Hey, little boy. Oh. He's got a hold of my shirt. He wants that microphone so bad. Here, you want to play?
Yes, he does.
Please don't present that. No. Yeah, we got a choking hazard on kids' toy. That ain't by accident. They will put anything and everything in their mouth.
Yes.
He got a void for his stomach. He's kind of like Kirby. Wait, I got a sound bite of him. Where is it? Well, maybe I'll get it if I do this.
Hello, door.
Yeah, that's him.
Hello, door.
Yeah, that's him.
Hello there.
Yeah, that's him. There it is. Hi.
It's you.
The prosecution has failed. Oh.
Yay.
Hi. Little monkey.
And it's back. And chomp.
He really, really just likes eating this thing. I'm sure that sounds great in y'all's ear holes.
Baby ASMR.
All right. Daddy needs this back before you pull it off. Yeah, there we go. Give him the spotlight. We have. He's right here. I just don't want him eating the mic. He's dropping a beat. Mike, check 1 2 1 2. That's me. I'm Mike. Check.
Now he's dancing. Yeah, drop that beat.
He's absentmindedly staring at things to eat, basically. He's looking at all the stuff on the shelf and he's like, soon, all these things will go in my mouth.
Whoa. What was that?
Alright, I gotta get back to this so I can finish it out.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim.
He sees your discs and books and just sees donuts and candy.
Furthermore, there is a possibility that the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all the evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Beep. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but
Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Ungard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
pretty rock solid testimony. If you can't trust an assassin, who can you trust, right? They got nothing to lose. They just follow honor amongst thieves. I mean, it's honor amongst assassins, but same premise. Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, that suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, He's the reason Celeste died, and Juan's death. It was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No, Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them! Please, help me.
Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do?
I think we're supposed to just keep going.
Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Ungard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through the witness lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor.
Through a walkie-talkie. They're so fucking stupid. Oh my god, this is gonna be so mad. This is not how this works. Anybody who knows anything about how anything works knows this is not how this should work. I can't wait to play the next fucking game. This narrative sucks now. Bring me back to Berry Big Circus or something.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me?
Well, actually, we'd like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about, usually done?
But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court?
About my client, part 2.
As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is most unexpected turn of events. For the 5th time now? However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I had a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes 2 of us. They're so fucking stupid.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Just don't scream in his ear while he's on the walkie about the cops, and maybe it'll work this time. Banjo's doing rollies.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness. About requesting a hit.
Yes?
How much is your fee?
I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
No. I'm not thinking of...
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty.
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with
Scene. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might do you good.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt.
Bitch, you killed them!
Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy.
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here.
Ah, bro, I'm about to go Super Saiyan with how mad I am!
So, you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
Ah, no, I already told you, I have no intention of using your services. Ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that really is true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky, and why would someone have requested a murder go to the crime scene anyways?
That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
That act is what I'm referring to. And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again, as in you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that this will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Let's see the statement Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning. Okay. So apparently I gotta present this here. Thank you for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered.
But how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass?
Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the exact thought just now. Witness! How do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not...
then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Trouble. Yeah, I know.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Right now, I have to buy us more time. Yeah, no, I refuse to care at this point. Don't worry, buddy. You've got very little left to go. Togo's playing Super Kirby Clash. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. This request came to me about a week ago.
1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
A specific date and time?
It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony.
Did you ask why on that specific night?
No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to this hotel. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? What the killer said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honor, I don't think it was very important. Well then, witness, please continue.
We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters.
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? Was that a brief pause?
Witness,
I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish this is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony of any importance?
Yup. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. The Killer had met his client before this murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so. You see, it's just as I said.
I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here?
Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
Sorry. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Oh, it's very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Huh? Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include your statement just now in your testimony.
Very well.
Apparently Trump just signed an executive order to crack down on Biden's DEI and woke policies in the FAA in the wake of the plane crash. Woke is literally in the wording of the oh my god. I need to rewatch Idiocracy, but I feel like I might get somewhat depressed at how closely it resembles modern world, or how Idiocracy seems to be the better alternative. The fact that slang is included in an executive order is so mind-boggling. And also, Biden literally can't do anything. Why is Trump so hung up on him? The dude is going to be dead before this term is done. Like, let it fucking go. Why can't you say another Democrat? Jesus Christ. Let it go.
From the moment I saw him.
Alright, I need to say. But as we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct? Yeah, he's blaming Obama and Biden for the plane crash. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know what it was at this point, but I know that it wasn't any of them. I know that it wasn't any one person. I think that there was just like a major error, and everyone's trying to put blame to it, and the only people that fuckface knows to blame is Democrats. A literal thanks, Obama.
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right?
Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
So, I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? Okay, so apparently I wasn't supposed to press that. I'm supposed to show him that this is Adrian Andrews, not a guy. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry,
But that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer, you have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up about her. So, what is the issue? What did you just say now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following, that he always meets his face-to-face with his clients when taking their request.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Ms. Adrian Andrews. It's leaking a bunch of battery ass. One lick would have told you that she is a woman. How many licks does it take to get to the center of this case?
1, 2,
3. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does
that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I knew he was going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been many times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
You don't take requests by mail, but you said that you don't always... didn't you say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now, let's stop with the game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. All right then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't batter a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong.
There have been other times when I took a job without meeting my client. 2 or 3 other things? Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes?
everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber, and should you turn out to be one... Wait!
Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Fuck yeah, it is. Do it. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. Wow, that radio's getting pissed.
If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase.
And then, what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews.
This bear? Shelley the Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it.
This item?
I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
And I was going to burn it. For her sake.
If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Mr. Andrews' hands, Ms. Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order! Order! So that's where you two were going.
So, by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Oh!
Order! Order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's
enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please!
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should...
Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up,
Maya, chill. The prosecution...
What's coming over everyone? Even you are.
The prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
Oh. Yeah, we'll need to wrap this up soon. I'm actually kind of like losing my voice.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then, even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent, and in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews would be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand.
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looked like our time was run out.
We can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
Chill Pill is so good at voice acting. I appreciate it. Unless it was sarcasm, in which case, fuck you! But if not, thank you. You get a...
Thank you!
Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Ha! So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ungard, what an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, that's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die.
But if I say he's innocent,
Miss Andrews will be charged as a murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't do this. But I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is...
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on guard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... Oh my god. What? Francesca von Karma!
What are you doing? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. If Von Karma is perfect in every way, the evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's gumshoes. You can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. It's funnier if it was sarcasm, but it was serious. Well, I appreciate that, buddy.
Thank you.
A Grant Kirkhope, thank you. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
You must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn the whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We've yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, with me. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet days removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that we used to shoot Francesca. It's probably not going to help us very much. Pistol added to court record. So the second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Unguard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they've managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man.
So the last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of his pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. So there's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what's that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it'd provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added to the thing. So that's all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what's that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled! This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful! Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist, but you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now. But, no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake, just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first. Make Ungard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ungard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Ungard. If the killer were to no longer think of Ungard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. That's impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what he has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We've seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible! To turn the situation around in one try! One try. That is all I will permit. Oh, I have to try to remember everything that's happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking on guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? I see, and now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
Show him the picture of Celeste. Show him the press conference ticket. Show him the, Lotta's photo. I don't know. Show him the bear.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Alright, looks like I've managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence?
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it.
So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted it? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at that scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea.
Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Ungard film the crime scene? The reason why he did this is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to see Juan get his, wanted to blackmail you, didn't trust your skills. They wanted to blackmail your ass. Plead guilty and whip. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you.
What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? Ooh. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
Well, when he ends up dead, we're gonna know who did it.
I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now.
For the honor of the killer name, LMFAO.
I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an Maya, thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Ms. Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. No, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Little boy is asleep. I'm gonna try and wrap this up as quickly as I can.
Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape from him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief.
Please not guilty. Matt on Guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Damn, buddy. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out that much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on Guard? I've left Ms. Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for our own crime. For my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I went alone to the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. I found Jesus. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. So Starn case still going on, Jesus Christ.
It's just about done, dude.
I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
It looks like we've resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
March 23rd, 5:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off.
Oh my.
You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
That's what she said.
Yeah, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Ms. Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life?
I will. That's the whole thing. Goes to the pizza. What the fuck?
Well spoken, Faye. Well spoken. My client, Matt Ungard, is. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right! Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really? You're telling the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Wait, what does that quote even mean? I don't remember. What doesn't it mean?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Mystic Maya's safe. You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma.
About earlier,
Thanks.
Ow. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
You lost.
Your perfect win record has been crushed. And yet, you're still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Ms. Von Karma.
How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth?
For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well as you should have. A prosecutor who's ashamed of himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
Real talk, that was like a 75 caliber pistol, goddamn. Right. Like how the graphics had barely changed since the first game. Well, to be fair, this whole entire thing is a remaster of the first DS games, so they would all have the same art style.
What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known.
Yeah, this was not what digital art looked like back in 2001. Yeah, the art for this was significantly different. Shut up already. I wish there was a way for us to, like, change it to look like the original DS stuff.
The only thing we can do to fight is to fight with knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This, I promise you.
The truth?
Yes. That's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right?
I'd have to upscale it and it would look blurry. The truth is legal enlightenment.
This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Ah, is Mr. Edgeworth alright, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down.
When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you're no longer worthy. You're no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francesca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing she was using to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later.
Von Karma is such a ratter word.
There's something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, Wright.
Okay. Nick! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, Nick! I knew you'd come through. You got on guard and convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya,
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're alright.
It was a very fucked up thing to say.
Don't worry, if I died,
I'd come back and haunt your ass.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
All right. I think it's time we get out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib, at least. She'd haunt him by possession of a small child.
Nothing.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist.
Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of our gourmet food, so I decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
March 23rd, 7:38 p.m. Gatewater Hotel. Hotel lobby. Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that caught him. You did it again, city boy.
I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now look at here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now, everyone gather round. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on. Tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
Poor Chill gotta rip up his voice with the voices.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective.
Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it weren't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a different ending.
Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Ah, come on, y'all, it's over.
The who boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. That's Ms. Von Kammer's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. You've eaten way too much, you glutton. I've had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me. So apparently Apple's market cap is greater than India's entire GDP. What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Apparently I'm supposed to give him this. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. But Pearly! Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me! U.S. intelligence agencies are now considering our most powerful tech companies to be more powerful than most countries around the world. Doesn't sound surprising. Anyways, Apple is closing in on Germany, which sits at just over 4 trillion. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for 3,000. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. So by the end of 2028, it's going to be the US and China, then Apple. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? You don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, Belle. Time to let it all out. This is gonna be the first time I heard the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then. If you say so. And that's it. My phone died a long time ago. Oh, Jesus. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Oh shit, was that the end of the game? Yeah, that's why I was pushing to end it tonight. It wasn't going to be enough time for me to... Or there wouldn't be enough game for me to do a second stream. Speaking of which, I think this hotel's a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made a reservation for you two, just in case.
Shuichi Muramoto. Koichiro Yamamoto. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgewaite had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. He said things like, letting that one go is bad for all society. And he knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. This game is excruciatingly long. Actually, this game was shorter than the first one.
I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by my restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
I don't remember what voice I gave her. You gotta remember, he did 2 back-to-back, so it's 2 games.
Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Huddy. Recently, a girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes.
Now for number 3!
Tadaki.
Ta-da! Skip to Edgeworth. It's time to begin our quest of worlds and to let the world know we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous trip to Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max. Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
Oh, I made her French. Whatever. I've slept many times since then. I don't remember, like, any of these characters.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls represent.
We got a new act worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Yep, there's a third one. There are many Phoenix Wright games, actually.
What's this? Drat. It's just an ordinary electric razor recharging. Can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this?
I have no words for this ending.
But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it's... But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me? Would they? It was never like it was in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me, called me Queen Wendy, and treat me like royalty, and this is going to feel a pain in my heels, and yes, I'm burned playing fire. Very dangerous. Where were the scenery? Were burned up.
Chilius, Pilius, Quintilius, Tiberius, Aurelius. Welcome. What's going on, buddy?
Welcome.
How have you been? Streaming a little bit later than we normally do, but I was on the verge of beating Phoenix Wright 2, so I just wanted to finish up.
She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Producer Atsushi Inaba.
It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with...
Beating Phoenix Wright might be a bad call. Dude might sue.
Funny joke!
Appropriate. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures. Gate 12.
Where are you going, Francesca? How did you know I was here?
With this.
That's...
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Kammer's daughter. Francesca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But for me, I'm no genius. I'm always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You've been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you?
By the way, the chillest of pills had a thing to ask. Think I'll hit you and rat her up on a Court of Dis. Sure thing. There's the Phoenix Wright trilogy. There's the Phoenix Wright trilogy, the prequel trilogy of a Japanese kid in Victorian London, and Apollo Justice trilogy. Please don't make me watch more. Oh, you'll watch more. Come here.
I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally my chance to take my revenge on you has arrived. All's right with the world now. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, since this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you, that was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw everything away. I can't throw everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francesca von Karma.
Apollo Justice sounds like a moon landing conspiracy theorist YouTuber.
I am Francesca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
They should kiss already. They should make a corrupt version of Apollo Justice, call it Artemis Injustice, do crimes and unhindered shiz. Underhanded jizz. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of it. Take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. I guess that was supposed to be Edgeworth, but whatever. Ah, look, it's the Phoenix Wright. Some even prefer ass-roni. The San Fernando treat. Ding ding. Interesting. So the last one is Trials and Tribulations. Alright. That's it for tonight, y'all. That was a long one, but I wanted to make sure that we got it knocked out of the way. Because I really don't think it would have... If I wasn't, like, reading chat as much, I know that we could have gotten done earlier. But, I mean, that's part of streaming. But I feel like we wouldn't have had enough content to do a second stream with this. And I just really wanted to knock it out. We were so close to the end. Join us on Monday. That was a long one. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Also,
Nice.
join us on Monday. Ryder will be continuing Persona 5. And then on Tuesday, I will be resuming Metroid Other M. A fun game for everyone. Everybody come and see what kind of shenanigans Samus gets into and how much she says the baby and how many times Adam forbids her from using weapons until it's too late. Oh, the Other M. Yeah. No more Other M. We got it, Keyshawn. We got it. We finished all the other ones. Now all that's left is the other one. Please, God, kill me before I'm forced to watch that. Oh, Lord. Anyways, that's it for me for tonight. I will see y'all on Monday. So, like we always say, night-night. And don't let the lawyers bite. See y'all later.